We're making good progress though towards finishing the 1.0. Obviously, I have to wait until all the localization stuff is done. So we basically have time, but I would like to get this out sooner rather than later. To be fair, I have to make the trailer. Last minute, I decided, okay, let's get some new thumbnail art in for the game as well, because it makes sense, right? I feel like it would feel weird if we didn't get any damn, there's so much nav mesh over here, which is a waste. I feel like it would be weird that we don't get a new cover art for the 1.0 release. Golden. If we just have, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to rebake the lighting for this level, aren't I? Like if we release into 1.0 without a new cover or new key art, I feel like that would look kind of weird. So we're probably gonna work on some new key art. Okay, we're gonna have to rebuild lighting in here. Fantastic. All right, well, I guess build everything. I think this level also had some volumes. It did not. Weird. This nav mesh does not have any. That's so weird. Let me just make sure that the collision is right. It seems about right. For the most part. I don't see like, well, this is kind of like not on the edge enough. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll probably have new key art, which would probably be a good idea. Think about upgrading to Legion Go from the Steam Deck now that the Steam OS has been released. What's the difference? Just hardware, I guess? Time to put on some gameplay. Yeah, so now we got to get the key art done. This is kind of our like requirements list. I probably need this beforehand. Announcement post for the beta branch to gather final feedback / bug reports. Probably don't need that. I would say we probably already kind of did that. Yeah, we got a fun list here. This is still 0%. Oh no. What have I done? More powerful, better screen, detachable controllers. Detachable controllers. It's like the Switch. It's like the Switch. Has anybody actually bought the Switch 2? Supporting Nintendo in 2025. There's zero reason to buy a Switch 2. Money. I feel like I bet you like a large portion of the sales of people buying Switch 2, I feel like it's FOMO. I feel like it's FOMO. Am I wrong in saying that? Cyberpunk came out on the Switch 2? That thing's not running well. That's the, well, maybe it'll run well. It's just gonna look like one big blur. I feel like a lot of it's probably FOMO. It's like, oh hey, I gotta play the new Mario Kart open world. They made it open world because that makes everything better. Open world equals better. It looks on par with the PS5 version. It just runs at 30. How much does the Switch 2 cost? How much does the Switch 2 cost? 450 USD. 450 USD for 30 FPS. I honestly think 30 FPS it actually makes me nauseous now. I feel like it's like actually nauseating. I think I'm too used to like 140 hertz. Even at least like 120 or even 90 is fine for me. But like even 60 gets a little borderline. 60 is doable, but 30 in 2025? That's criminal. It's crazy how far we've gone. We don't talk about launch titles anymore, but 20 FPS upgrades. That's going to be GTA 6 when it comes out. That's going to be GTA 6. GTA 6 is going to be like, dude, they added like Giga RTX. It's crazy. The reflections look 30% more accurate. It looks 30% more accurate. Okay, my goal for today is maybe do some playtesting. Seeing what kind of levels besides the Toronto series needs improvement from a visual standpoint. And then kind of going from there. I think that's the plan. Breast stimulation powered by ray tracing. Oh my god, that's insane. It's insane. Thigh physics. Oh, dude. That's crazy. Once Monolith Soft announces their next game, I'm going to eat the Switch 2 up, but I'm safe for now. I don't know if I would buy the Switch 2. That being said, I don't have a Switch. I don't know if I'd get it, man. I feel like if I were to get a console... Actually, I don't know if I would get a console. Like, what's the point of a console? I might as well just, like, I don't know, buy a GPU for one of my spare parts for a desktop, and then just hook it up to the TV, and then I could just hook up an Xbox controller to it, and then video games. Because it would appear PC is really starting to make a... it's starting to break through the market, I think, based off of the numbers that we're seeing. It seemed like companies are starting to just port their game to PC because they notice there's a lot more, they get a lot more profit on PC. We still on track for Q2 release. I am going to be essentially waiting on a few factors. Music wrapping up, the new key art, we're going to need that. And then the localization. A lot of the tasks in here is mostly just make sure that the game is performant. Make sure that there's no huge game-breaking bugs. I think we fixed most of them. There's a couple things I need to fix in here from a visual standpoint that I've already kind of fixed. This level we need to do some work on, and then of course the cathedral. But we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost at the finish line. I was 10 minutes behind. Did I say something profound? Nah, you know me. I think we're just waffling about the Switch. I haven't bought a console since PS2. If I have time, by the time they launch GTA 6 and it's good, I'll probably buy a PS5. Yeah, if I buy a console, it'd probably be a PS5. But I don't know, man. How much is it? Like $500 or something? But I wouldn't buy a PS5 just to play GTA 6. I'm not stooping down to Rockstar's fucking classic trick of releasing on console first and then knowing people are going to buy the game again on PC. It's ridiculous. I'm not. I know people are just going to give into that and they're going to buy it on both and give them $140, $160. But no thanks. You can also play Bloodborne. Is Bloodborne still 30 FPS? What was the FPS that Bloodborne had on console? Was it 30 or was it 60? Yeah. Wait, is it actually just 30 FPS? It's 30 FPS? That's also criminal. That should be a crime against humanity. Yeah, I'd rather not. I think I've watched enough of Bloodborne. I think it's cool, but I wouldn't play it. Bloodborne's about making the player suffer? Yeah, that sounds about right. 30 FPS? Yeah. Probably play it at a friend's house or something. Yeah, there you go. Do that. If they already have the latest gen consoles, just play it at their place. Save money. Don't give Rockstar more money. That shit's... I hate that, because you know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, and they know it works because they've done it. Well, they did it throughout all of GTA 5. They just kept re-releasing on the newest gen, and then they took 2 years to release on PC, if I remember correctly, and they probably made a buttload of money doing that. I don't think there was any reason for them to delay it for 2 years. I think it is genuinely a business decision. Maybe it's a bit of porting, but I don't think so, man. There's no way. Yeah. We building more lighting? Yeah, dude, we're at 98% actually. It's part of the experience, the 30 FPS making me want to gouge out my eyeballs. I'd probably switch to beat people in Smash with Peach. Yeah, but then you got to deal with Nintendo netcode. Do you really want to deal with Nintendo netcode? I don't know if you do. All right. The lighting has been built. That resolves a potential problem with the nav mesh. Okay, good. I just want to let me just double check and make sure that it's working. I think we should put one more explosive barrel in the level. Eliminate 5 enemies using explosives. I think someone was finding trouble with that. But at the same time, I don't want to just... Simply saying it. I don't want to dumb down everything. Okay, for some reason the audio didn't load. The Nintendo shop is worse than Epic Launcher, and that says something. Is it worse than Fab? Wait, did none of these guys navigation move around? I didn't see any of them move. Here we go again. Oh god, here we go again. Can't wait to deal with this again. I think I have to manually call build paths for it to be dirtied. There we go. Then I can save it. And then I should be able to see the nav mesh. Or not. I guess it's broken. Just set nav mesh generation to dynamic. So the game used to be dynamic nav mesh generation. That cost us, I believe, now maybe the way I was doing it was incorrect. That was costing us around 15 FPS. 15 FPS, 15 whole frames per second. Yeah, it was a very costly, yeah, very, very costly. As long as Uplay exists, any launcher that manages to launch a game without use of steps of verification would be better. Uplay is one of the worst. I would say Origin was pretty bad, but apparently now they have a new launcher, and I tried it out. I don't know what's wrong with these companies. I don't know what it is. I think the executives that are leading some of these decisions and not putting enough resources towards making better decisions on certain things, I want to say they're like gorillas with money. Like they're just gorillas. Or donkeys with money. They just want to have what Steam has, but without spending money on making it good. It's probably because they just want to sell data, whereas Steam actually like wants customers to stick around on their platform. And the other companies are just like, yeah, use our thing. Okay, anyways, what's your IP? What's your location? Let's get all your usage data. Let's get this. We'll just sell it to some companies. Why is the navigation not working? Is there a recast nav mesh on the... Fucking... Dude. I hate navigation, man. I'm kind of confused that there's no nav mesh bounds volume in the sublevel itself. Epic, still their user experience is shit. I'm gonna be honest, I think that's just an Epic problem throughout all of their stuff. Let's try this. We're gonna delete the default. Let's see if there's anything actually adjusted in here. We're gonna delete the default recast, and then let's build the paths again. Make sure I'm in the right level, because it's possible that was the issue. Maybe I built it on the wrong level. Got it. This engine sometimes makes me want to pull my nose off. I actually added... So, a change-up I made to this level, I actually added 3 enemies to the level. And the reason for that is... Oh, you motherfucker. The reason for that is... now, if I didn't miss that, that would have been another clean suit. We had an issue in this level where... you couldn't get like full clean suits, so you ended up like wasting bullets a little bit. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just add 3 enemies in here, even though I've seen people literally struggle in the intro level, which is crazy. But you know, maybe my game's controls are bad, I don't know. So I added some more enemies. I also added some more to the environment, as you can see. just so it doesn't look like one big weird, you know, area. You know, just making sure that the intro looks good visually. I think that was the biggest thing. I just want the intro to kind of look good. Like in third person, right? Because I have a strong feeling a lot of people are going to play this game for the first time in third person. Not that it's intended to be played in third person first. But, yeah. Because back then you needed 3 launchers and 1 Steam, GFWL, and Social Club, and it didn't even work. Updates would fail installing around like 90% progress. Oh, dude, running GTA 4 on PC had to be... Yep, that had to be probably the worst experience, and it really baffles me. Well, it doesn't baffle me how Rockstar was able to get to this point, but it is kind of interesting. That a company like that started out like that. Was that an exclamation mark? Am I? Oh no, that's a secret. A company that started out doing shit like that is so successful today. It just goes to show you can fuck up as hard as you want, but if you can get a cult following, you're set. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you do. All you need is a fucking cult following. You can't even beat GTA 4 on PC, apparently. Well, why not? Is it literally just that shit of a port? How many trim sheets do I actually use for assets, and what's the max amount of trim on one asset you ever used? In this project, I don't use that many trim sheets, admittedly. Like, these crates could have been used with a trim sheet, and it would make it look a lot nicer. But because a lot of the game was in top-down, I didn't really care for it too much, right? You know, like it looked okay for what it was. It's just using a tileable material. But, yeah, I would use a lot more trim sheets for sure. For sure. Players forgive tech issues if the game is playable 8 hours per day every weekday when you come home from school. I think the only reason why Rockstar is so successful is because of their console releases. PC is basically like a fucking diaper to them. It's a fucking diaper. Because I would imagine GTA 4 doesn't have those issues on consoles, I would assume. In terms of trim sheets, though, probably the most I've used is like 2 for a test. I think I had a trim sheet and then I had a hotspot texture. I was kind of trying out some stuff with that kind of workflow. Get a few bits. Have there been jokes about the hat yet? The hat that fixed by a nail? About the hat. This one? The hat that was fixed by a nail? I'm not sure. I don't know if I get the reference. He'll get it soon, don't worry. Have there been jokes about the hat yet? The hat that was fixed by a nail. Oh. I see what you mean. Like the hat never falls on the ground is how you mean? We actually super glue the hat to the player's head. We use Gorilla Glue. It's extremely effective. I saw multiple Steam reviews that said the game softlocks or crashes on the final mission no matter what. And Rockstar hasn't fixed it. Hat pickup system from RDR2. Put in a suit for hire when. That's not happening. Listen, we got to move on to the next game. I've actually been I don't know what the next game is going to be, but I've been gathering assets and wishlisting them on Fab of what kind of things I would want to grab before we release this game, and it inevitably puts me into a different, potentially puts me to a different license requirement, whatever, the professional license. So I've been kind of gathering. Oh shit, this is 20% off now. Wait, maybe it was always 20% off. Been gathering which assets I would want to pick up. I was looking at this one. It would be sick to do kind of like, it almost gives me a bit of a Star Wars-esque vibe, which I really do want to make Ronin kind of go into a Star Wars-esque vibe, kind of retro sci-fi, cyberpunky, you know, underworld Coruscant kind of vibe. The only thing is we'd probably have to completely change up this asset because it's meant for cinematics. So I would probably use this as a visual reference. Then we'd probably have to make our own hotspot texture or something to optimize this to be more game efficient. Because this is probably all geometry, if I were to guess. Yeah. How do you go about buying assets? Like, do I put this all as a business expense and tax deductible? I put it all as a business expense or tax deductible, essentially. Do I bother using detail maps, or is that unnecessary and reduces performance? I haven't really done that workflow all that much, doing detail maps. And so by detail maps, you mean like a color map that has things like a cavity built into it, edge map, and then kind of generating dirt and whatnot from there. I would imagine that's what you mean by a detail map. Maybe they have game ready versions. I don't think big, medium, small does game ready stuff. I'm pretty sure the majority of it is cinematics. Like it's a very core focus. Like they know what their target audience is. It's primarily like film, cinematics, that sort of stuff. Slap nanite on that bitch. Bit of delta. I'd rather have gritty old concrete with added on tech for my cyberpunk. I don't know, I just really like the look of this. It's kind of like a really rustic kind of metal look. And I'm sure there would be a mix of concrete for sure. Like I was looking at Andor and I'm like, dude, I love the style and the look and whatnot. And since it's like a city, an entire planet as a city, it could really work well as the vibe of what I wanted to kind of go for Ronin. And like you have all these like different heights and variations and whatnot. So it's cool. But we'll probably do a stream in the future where we look at a bunch of assets that we'll pick up. I was actually thinking of picking up one asset for Suit for Hire, this one actually. I don't have any proper animations for the rocket guy, so he kind of does some really stupid animations. So I might pick this one up and put it in Suit for Hire, to be honest. Detail maps, like when you have micro details, like knitting in fabric and tiny imperfections of wood and some metal. I haven't done any of it for my current projects because we don't have that level of detail in the assets, to be honest. So you'd pay $40 for that? No, it's not just the, albeit, okay, that guy's page is pretty shit in terms of previewing. It's not just the rocket, it's actually the it comes with animations. So I just want to get some poses, and it's a lot faster buying it from an asset than making the poses myself. So, and I would probably just use, like honestly, I could probably just do some really hacky shit myself. Like, let me see if I could do some stuff right now. Hold on. Where am I at? Hold on, I'm reading some of the messages. How's your game? Where's the demo? Well, the game is on early access. I don't think we're gonna have a demo, but it's getting there. We're almost done, I think. I can ask about that now. That I'm officially being paid to work as a contractor in games. If I buy an asset store asset, but I want to use them in my side project, can I still claim them as a business expense? I imagine it's a bit of a fudging to say so, but curious what you do. I would say it's a good idea that you are making money from that endeavor, or at least like within the game development space. Since you're a contractor, I guess you just mark that down, and then you could just say that you're using the asset as a business expense. Obviously, it's always ideal if you buy an asset, try to use it within a project that's ongoing currently, rather than just having the asset to have it. Obviously, this is not legal advice. I would consult an accountant. As a fellow Canadian, do you claim your housing expenses for the job you work? My office space. You can claim your office space. Like the space you work in. Staying in your stream while I fall asleep. Really enjoy the company. Hey, I enjoy your company, or. And whenever you fall asleep, well, rest well. Any other tips for working as a contractor in Canada? Get paid in USD. What's working for you accounting / expenses claiming wise? I don't know, man. I'm still trying to figure all that stuff out. You can claim your internet. You can claim any sort of office stuff, but you'd be claiming it under CCA. You can claim any software. So if you do like monthly license for like Substance Painter or something like that, you can claim that. You can claim a part of your electricity, if I remember correctly. Honestly, man, just go to an accountant. That's what I did, and I've been saving a lot more money. It costs, I think my last accountant payment was like $800 or something, but I save money. A real accountant or like H&R Block? No, get a real accountant. Try to talk to a few friends or coworkers, ask them who they work with, and find a proper accountant. Someone who knows what they're doing, not H&R Block. I got lucky. A buddy of mine told me about my accountant that I've been using, and they've been pretty good. They're very lenient to make sure that they reduce the chances of a potential what's the word? Getting audited and whatnot. I did not do a corporation, Shablo, but you can. I'm just scared of it because there's like so much more paperwork and whatnot involved. The government took all my money last year. I hate it. Classic, dude. Classic. Could you do my taxes real quick, actually? Thanks, man. I don't think you want me to do your taxes. You're going to be probably audited. Oh, God. Yeah, you could just be a self-proprietor, but also take into account, once you get to a certain point where you're making over 100K, consider potentially opening up a corporation, because the chances are you'll probably be able to take advantage of a lot more tax trickery, and most likely also potentially get paid more because you'd be working under that corporation rather than as an individual. And chances are your tax bracket will also be, like, the taxes is a lot lower. It's stupid. It's a stupid system. Oh, hey, you have to open up this legal entity that makes you take advantage of tax tricks. It's like, okay, why can't individuals just take advantage of that? You know what I mean? Like, Why does it have to be a corporation? I don't understand. I don't know. Why can't everybody take advantage of these tricks? Why does it have to be specifically a corporation that for some reason also gets a lower percentage tax? Like obviously there's some stuff that involved when it comes to giving yourself your own paycheck and shit, but it's just stupid. Like I don't get it, but whatever. Such is the world, I guess. I just want to make games, man. I just want to make games. I don't want to learn all this fucking stupid business shit to that extent. I'm okay with learning business shit when it comes to selling my game, but why is it that I have to start going into things like, well, you're gonna have to do some tax trickery and blah 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 to increase the maximum profits and blah, blah, blah. It sucks, man. Can't just live life. What are your thoughts on non-compete contracts when the place hires? I don't work there. If a place has a non-compete contract, now obviously it depends on what the non-compete clause states. But a lot of the times, I just don't think that shit is valid, honestly. That's why we have you. We can just rely on you for our business knowledge. I would not recommend using me as a reference. I am trying to figure this shit out. I'm nowhere near at the level of that sort of stuff. So Krim, I have a plan and I want your opinion. I want to make all sorts of prop packs to dress buildings. Think radiators, boilers, vent systems. That's something I can sell in Fab, or is that completely saturated? I think every kind of 3D is going to be saturated. What I would recommend, Phoenix, is think about what kind of thing you want to create and then just search it up and see where gaps are. If there's a gap and you see a spot where you can fill in either through increased quality and quantity of assets within a specific pack, then I'd say do that. But I think the best thing I could tell you is just do research it. It's like doing market research, right? You're kind of seeing what's it like, who are you going to be competing with, is there already a big dog within that space? You know what I mean? And then on top of that, you're gonna have to market yourself and market that asset, because Fab is not gonna fucking do it for you. That website is dog shit. It's bad. It's so bad. Outsourcing stuff you want to do, like accounting, is definitely worth it. Peace of mind, focus on what keeps you motivated is so important. Yeah, for me though, it's annoying because I push off my bookkeeping until the end of the year, so I still kind of have to do quite a bit of work. Yeah, you have Josh Stewart. Do I work on my own? Technically, no. There's someone else on the team that does music, and I would consider that as a pretty big part of a video game. Someone who buys an insane amount of assets, I really enjoy entire kits. I've seen Crim buy one-off assets, but me personally, I rarely ever buy anything one-off. It really depends on what it is. I do prefer kits as well, but I think there are some companies or like some studios or individuals that are on Fab and whatever marketplaces, they sell a bunch of things in bulk and they kind of hide the shit. So you end up doing a lot more work than you actually really want. So, you know, it depends. It really depends on what the asset is. If it's a vehicle, yeah, maybe I'll buy one by one, because sometimes there's just not kits of vehicles sometimes. But at the end of the day, I think the thing that sucks is no matter what you do in games, you're probably going to have to optimize all of your assets anyways. So, yeah. Whenever I have a bad day, I'm just looking at this image. God, that's awful. Well, that ain't me. I didn't go in that cave. I would never do that shit, man. Not in a million years. Listen, if I want adrenaline, I'll just fucking go on a jog or something. I'll just go on a jog. I don't need to fucking crawl in a cave and then suddenly the cave collapses on me and then like fuck no. I've seen enough. I've seen like 2 videos of caving. It was that one climber. There's some terrifying videos that would never make me ever do that kind of fucking cave, whatever you call it, cave climbing or whatever. Hell no. Just you two, I'm looking to make a third-person game within 3 to 5 years with one map focused on and a pre-bought environment stylized to fit the setting. Do you think it's possible? I think anything is possible. I think it really just depends how many hours are you actually spending on that project. I can't be the one that tells you if it is or is not possible. That is up to you. I would say just get started. Josh has said to me over Discord while playing Super Fire, please, Crimson, make this easier. Just lower the difficulty, man. I don't know what to tell you. Just lower the... don't know what to tell you. Just lower the difficulty. Yeah, I can't tell you if it's possible or not. Everybody has a different background when they get into game development and whatnot. If you're completely new to computers, like completely, it might be a bit of a challenge depending on what you use. But I can't tell you if you can do it or not. I think within 3 to 5 years, maybe. It just depends on what do you mean by like one map, you know, and whatnot. Making an entire game, you're basically doing like 15 different roles. So, you know, I would say just try it out. You know the best part about cave diving? You don't have to do it. That's so true. So true. I don't have to be there. Like for me, I won't buy stylized tree. I'd buy an entire kit. I would probably buy an entire kit of foliage as well because unless that creator has a whole bunch of trees and stuff like that, okay, maybe, because chances are there's like consistent styles between all of them. But if it's just literally one single tree and that creator doesn't have anything else, I'm sorry, I'm not buying that shit. It really depends, I think. Okay, so let's play through some of the new levels, and I just want to see where are there like big gaps when it comes to third person, and where can we potentially improve some visuals. Some visuals, maybe some gameplay. Where can we improve things, make it look better, feel better? I'm gonna lower the volume a little bit. Leverage the strengths of others. Don't spend 4 years learning every skill under the sun. For me, I really enjoy that part of development, is kind of trying to learn a lot of the skills. I think one thing I would probably... Like, I've bought software for music, but admittedly, it is definitely a... music is definitely a very, very difficult skill. Trying to learn that on my own. Maybe we might want to do something here. So this is Miami Shipyard. Add more assets near the truck at beginning. Just to kind of hide that water line. We also might want to extend the wall. Maybe I should attach a screenshot to that. There you go, yeah. Should have been doing this in the very beginning. Well, I was not doing this. I don't know why. Can I put this? No. Well, that fucking sucks. Temporal anti-aliasing hates your water shader. Temporal anti-aliasing hates my entire video game. There's a correction. It also hates every other video game as well, while we're at it. It doesn't even want to exist. I have the power to never be eaten by sharks. My secret, don't dive in the ocean. Just you wait until Sharknado occurs. This might get confusing because it says hold, but you don't need to hold it to interact with it. So, also pausing the game pauses it, which kind of sucks as well. Are you telling me I can't just, there we go. Okay. Also, you can nest the images in the bullet points in Notion like you were trying. Look at the blue indicator, there's 2 parts to the indicator. I know, I was trying to put it here, which usually would involve being able to... Oh, there we go. I think it nested it there. I think that did it. Is there a person on the beta branch? Yes. Falling asleep, but I gotta say, I love how organized you are. I'm not like awfully organized, I'll admit. I think there's some improvements I can make, but I hear some people, they just work on stuff without any sort of like task management thing. I think that's kind of like psychopathic, because it's like you're basically just you're shooting blanks into your project, which I feel like is, you know what I mean, like kind of chaotic, not having a like even just a basic task list. Let's put some assets. Let's put some assets in here. The only thing is, it's really annoying trying to place another thing. I have to go here, then tab that one, which is really annoying. How long does this project take you so far? Too long, man. Too long. Way too long. It's been 4 years now. It's been 4 years. Way too long. Not embedding. Hello? Is there a problem? I don't think that screenshot is working. Third person definitely has added a, you know, quite a bit of work, but I think it's worth it just to fix these little issues. They're not like super difficult to do necessarily. But yeah. Having no plan would kill me? Yeah, dude, I would get stressed out. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're just kind of we're just doing whatever. It's like, okay. It's hard to believe, but TSR works perfectly in 5.5, even with custom stencil stuff. That's cool, man. I don't know. I just haven't really used it. Like I haven't used UE5 all that much, especially like the new tech and whatnot. But I'm excited to see 5.6 seemingly making some performance improvements, which is cool. Trying to see if there's any improvements that we can make visually in these levels. Are any enemies going to spawn in there even though I'm looking straight at it? I don't... Seems like they're not. What was the most difficult part? What was the most difficult part? I don't know, not getting burnt out, but I'll be good. I think I still did get burnt out. I think it's all a mental game, really. It's all a mental game and just keeping the ball rolling, because if you slow down too much, it becomes hard to pick up pace again, I feel like. Hardest part, probably level design. I think that probably slowed down things the most. But ultimately that was just me not wanting to do it, so I kept delaying it. Is that new clothing? It's some of the clothing that's currently in right now. I think it's the kind of body armor thing with the fedora. Did I use Ronin as UI as a frame, or did I make it from ground up? I probably just made it from the ground up. But it obviously had... This HUD has had its iterations. Like, it's gone through quite a few paces of iterations. I could probably find a bunch of the screenshots of the old... Like, the old stuff. Let's see. That's a blockout level. That's our old main menu. Yeah, see, like our HUD, we used to have the body armor here. We used to have this whole willpower bar thing. Stamina was a bit different. The gun stayed mostly the same. But I think I should have even older than that. Oh yeah, we used to have this like in the corner in terms of your score and your time. The bottom bar used to look a lot more basic. So it's gone through its paces. It definitely has gone through its paces. I remember we were going for kind of a retro art style for the game when it first was in development. Honestly, we should have just stuck with that. Should have just stuck with that. But yeah, I don't really migrate any UI. I think the only UI I might migrate is like the settings menu, because I don't really care for trying to innovate on that. Like at the end of the day, the settings menu really is a lot of just, okay, let's just make sure the quality of life and the user experience of using the settings menu is at its best. That's it. So I don't really care for innovating on those things specifically. It wasn't last week, the last week of this, or am I wrong about that? I think the thing is, no matter what, it's kind of a waiting game right now. Okay, that fence can't shoot through fence. I also got to look at the other prior areas. I have to wait technically for a bunch of stuff to get completed anyways. So it just gives me time to just work on stuff like trailers and all that kind of stuff anyways, so. Sound, graphics, start, settings. Just the settings menu, I'll port over because it's a part of auto settings. It just makes life a lot easier, to be honest. Let's see. So let's go back here. Is there anything we can improve here? Probably. Can I add like a truck here or something? Can I add some like containers over there or something, I guess? Because on this side, there's not too much of the container vibe here, so we probably want a little bit of containers there. We could do that. Damn, I can still hear the generator. For that thing. I can still hear the generator. Do I still hear it if I go upstairs? Yeah. I can still hear it. That's really annoying. Let's try to... I think it has like an incorrect attenuation radius or something. I like the in-engine modeling / anim tools and shit they have now. Is it a bit better in 5.6? Is the user experience of those a little bit better? I technically missed a bullet there, but whatever. I have infinite ammo. Do you think making a third-person combat similar to Def Jam Fight? I think I've heard of that game before. Is something that could be very difficult for a hired animator. Well, I've never heard of the game, so I'm not really sure what the benchmark would be. Here's the thing. I think anything can be easy or difficult. It highly depends on the individual taking on the project. It depends on who's leading them and if they know what they want from it. It depends how many like moves you have for like I'm guessing it's like a fighting game. It depends on how many moves there are, right? Because sometimes it might not be about difficulty. It might just be about the quantity of stuff and how long is needed. I think that's another contributing factor as well. This guy's still using UE4. I'm in the past. We can still hear the generator, by the way. Crimson, have you ever tried making a game before? Dude, I've never tried, man. Never tried it. Is it easy? How long does it take to make a video game? Oh yeah, there was a design issue where people didn't know that they have to go over here at the end of the level. So I'm wondering if there's something I can maybe do a little better when they finish this thing. Gotta look around these areas, by the way. Okay. I don't know what kind of music we have here. What's all the red doodads on the floor? That's just a debug thing when we were testing AI behavior. That's their, like, desired move position. Is this super hard? Yes. Item of the isometric view? It's right here. It's still here. It's still with us. It is still very much in the room. Oh shit. Oh shit, that doesn't look very good. I also think the camera view is incorrect, I'm noticing. So I think when we switch level, we don't actually set the camera, which we probably should. So let me see. Okay, cool. What can I do to extend the duration of development a year? I actually don't think the third person extended it by a year. I think third person ultimately took me like 2 to 3 months to like put in, and then the rest was just kind of polishing it and whatnot. And there's still some polishing I can still do, I think, but... So we show the image of the boat, but maybe that's not enough of an indicator. And then we have the green arrows. So somebody got lost and they couldn't find this boat area. You have to hit E on it, so you don't just run through it. I think we just make it so you run through it. And then maybe we add more green arrows. Should have an objective text on the screen. I don't want to go into like adding that kind of feature. Like I know it would help the quality of life a little bit, but it's like we'd have to do that for every single level. We'd have to do that for every single level. And then I'd have to figure out a whole system, and then I have to bug test and make sure like that it's working properly. And when we restart the mission, does it restart the objectives? When we restart the game, does it restart the objectives? When we die and go back to a checkpoint, does it restart the objective? You know what I mean? Like we have to go through a whole, whenever we have to add any feature now to the game, we have to go through a whole testing process and QA process to make sure that it works properly. So I want to try to avoid adding features where I can. So in this case, I would say, okay, let's just change the arrows. Let's make it so when you go in this area, it'll just complete the thing, and then kind of just go from there. Next we'll say, I'll add multiplayer. Some people are asking for it, and I'm like, nah. That is one thing I will say no to. If I want to do multiplayer, I'm just gonna make a whole ass new game, just a different game. Or remember one of your old video logs for Ronin, you were setting up ladder animations? You also found it difficult to place the hand and legs on the ladder steps. It's really annoying to get right. Game development is just a whole process of annoying shit. Things that you think are going to be easy, but in reality are probably some of the hardest things you'll do. Have you used or looked in Gaz at all? I used it a little bit. Struggled with payloads and figuring out all that shit. So that's going to be an interesting and fun process. Okay. So let's get started with just fixing up that level while we're here. Let's not make an entirely huge list of stuff that we have to do. Let's start with the very first thing, which is add more assets near the truck at the beginning. So I think the idea was we should add some containers. Add an assortment of containers. To kind of break things up and also keep that continuity of shipping containers going. Let's also get a truck in here. Or some vehicles. Let's get a vehicle up in here. And then additionally, let's also get another vehicle like this. And then because we don't want the player to see all of this shit, let's go ahead and add some more containers here, I think would be a good idea. But then the problem is that covers up that building. I think ultimately we're just gonna have to extend this. Yep. I also don't know why this plane not properly in shape here. Something must have happened here. Do I know more? I do. I watch his stream from time to time. I watch his stream from time to time. I love, this is going to be fun. I can't edit 2 splines at once. So that's really fun. Thanks Unreal Engine. Thanks, Unreal. Oops. We'll move this along like this. And I guess technically the player can see all of that a little bit, so let's just extend it far enough that no one will notice. The only problem with doing this is, well, we waste a lot on the light map resolution. I don't think they're going to see the other side of that wall, so I'm actually kind of okay with doing it that way. Do you know Klaus Strandberg? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Admittedly, I don't know. Okay, some more containers. Possibly even more containers. Who would have thought? Where's my container randomize button? Where are you, container randomize button? Do thing. Insanity. Okay, so now when we view it from here, it's not going to look as weird. Then ideally, let's, that's the same one. That's a weird one. I don't like that one. I don't like that one either. Let's do that, I guess. The thing is about multiplayer in this game is it wouldn't work. The levels would not work in multiplayer or co-op. The game as a whole wouldn't feel good with co-op. It just would feel... It just wouldn't feel right, I feel like. It wouldn't feel right. Add a couple more exterior details in here. Do I not use that anywhere here? I do. Okay, good. So let's copy that. You just press add multiplayer button, it's easy. You just sell more games. Damn, what the fuck? Is that easy? I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know it was that easy. I could be a gajillionaire right now. I could be a gajillionaire. Let's get some satellites in here. Let's get some satellites up in here. Yeah. Yeah, some little satellites. Yeah. Yep. Let's get a door open here. Where am I at? I'm in my room. Where are you at? I answered. You answer next. In my room? Alright, that's cool. Hey, hell yeah. Just go into the player blueprint and hit the replicate checkbox. No extra work needed. What? That's it? Hello from April 7th, where V1.0 is still not released. Does that mean that V1.0 is delayed till tomorrow? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's currently April 6th. So you're on something. And I would recommend therapy. Because I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, Mort's stream is great. If you guys want to see a really chill streamer who is probably more consistent than I am and more chill than me, I would definitely check out his stream. Yes, sir. It's September 26th? The fuck? I'm 28 now? Excuse me? Since when? Since when? That container's nice. It adds a little bit of depth. The door is also nice. Although I'm sure it's going to confuse someone and they're going to be like, I can't go through the door. It's like, no shit. I was asking him about ALS. Do I use ALS? I think ALS is a game dev trap. I used it. We switched over Ronin to ALS, and that stunted the development. For like, it was so unnecessary to put ALS into the animation system. It just took over everything, and adding anything to that project was a pain in the balls. I would just not recommend ALS to anybody, honestly. I think the current systems in UE5 for animation are just as good, if not better. Also designed better to not completely take over your pawn blueprint. And you still have creative control over your character blueprint. Because like there's so many ways to do things in Unreal. It's game development for you. It's just a matter of which one works best for you and works for your use case. I think that's really what it kind of comes down to. This has a fall off distance of 53,600 units. Right. Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no wonder we could hear these fucking sounds from so far away. Let's change that. Let's go ahead and override the attenuation, and we're just going to specifically make this for what we need here, which is just that radius. So then that way you can hear the generator from the control room, but not from all the way fucking up here. That's ridiculous, dude. Okay, so firstly, add more assets near the truck at the beginning. Yes. Extend the wall at the beginning. We have done that. Hold E for the... I haven't done that. Haven't done that. Area needs improvement walls. No. I can't shoot the fence. No. Can still hear the generator. Done. Talking about tax and CCA. What did you suggest? Claiming through CCA? Anything that is considered as an asset that will persist across just 1 year. So things usually like computer hardware, a chair, like an office chair, stuff like that. Generally, I think is a CCA and is not a direct expense unless it just gets used for that 1 year or something. Again, not an accountant, so don't quote me on any of this. And get some professional help. Not me, because I'm a doofus. Yeah, anything that usually persists over a longer period of time, I'm pretty sure is something that is generally as a capital cost allowance rather than a single time expense where you do everything at once. Interesting, even if you use the chair or computer for non-work purposes. If you use it for non-work purposes, you would calculate the percentage of time that you use that chair for work versus not for work. But I've gotten to a point where everything is my work in here, in my room. Yeah, you would calculate the percentage. Same thing with internet. You would calculate the percentage of how much you're using the internet. That being said, your accountant will probably be able to figure out like what's right or wrong for your stuff. You know what I mean? God, this is kind of a waste of light map, but at least it won't look like absolute dog shit. I just bought a new PC last week and I've not even considered claiming it. It'd be nice to get the taxes back. Yeah, you could definitely claim it, but it would be under CCA because chances are you'll probably do it under, I guess, under a period of like, I don't know, 4 years, give or take. Like you just take the average time of like how long a GPU might last and whatnot. You just kind of just use that as the number. But again, an accountant will probably be able to figure out all that stuff for you. You know what I mean? I know it's like beating a dead horse, but I didn't do any of my CCA stuff. I just told my accountant here, this is probably CCA. I don't know. You just figure it out. I'm sure you probably know. Can I just hire an accountant at the last second before tax season? Literally, my accountant does my shit like last minute, so yeah, might as well. Yeah. I think they legit finished my shit and delivered it to the CRA, like, I'm not even kidding, like, last day. So, the thing is, as a self-employed person, you actually can file that stuff, I think, like 2 or 3 months later. The only thing is, I don't like about that, is you still have to pay any tax owing at the regular date that everybody else files. So what's the fucking point of letting self-employed people or self-proprietors, whatever, fucking file later? What's the point? There's no point. I love tax season. I usually get a whole bunch back. Don't tell him that every time he gets paid by his employer, the employer actually takes a part of it out to pay for taxes. I got a return this year, but that's because I paid in installments, which was very fun. It was fun. Good time. Love that. Randomly being told, hey, you have to pay this much. But it's not tax season yet. Just getting back what you overpaid already? Yeah, taxes are stupid. Like, I get it. I get their use for the government, but they do? What? Yeah, they do. Yeah. Yep. Just played the first few levels in the last beta. Things have been improved significantly. There was an error in the second level posted to the Discord. Oh, let me take a look. What happened? There's no camera collisions of the building at the end of the underground operation mission. Oh, I fixed that. Yeah. It's kind of expected for this to happen in top-down. What I did is I added a big, like, dark void thing so you don't see the depths. I think the thing that's really annoying about taxes is it basically... Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not very good at investing and I haven't done anything with my money yet, and I should. I should probably be investing it in, like, stocks or something, but... The last time I tried to test the waters with stocks, I lost so much money, so it's like... Well, I didn't lose that much. I think I put in 100 as like a experiment to see how things would go. I think that shit went down to 50 real quick, even though I was trying to be calculated with it. Oh, right, the truck here. We still have a bunch of shit here that we need to do. What was I saying? The hell was I saying? Chat? Oh, yeah. You pay all this money in taxes, and... Oh, yeah, they give you a return, but it's like, what if you could have gotten that return beforehand and invested it, and you could have made some, like, really sound decisions that doubled your money or something like that? You know what I mean? Like... It's kind of what I mean. I invest in my retirement account. See, retirement is also kind of, in my opinion, kind of a scam. Like, I don't really think I'm going to have a potential chance to take advantage of that in 20 years with how things are going right now in Canada. Like, it's literally, we're paying our retirement, or whatever you call it, RSP or whatever. It's just to pay off the people that are currently enjoying retirement now, because I'm being forced to pay for their retirement. I can't even opt out, even if I wanted to. So, I don't know. I look at that, and maybe that's the wrong way of looking at it, but that's my way of looking at it. I would much rather keep my money and invest it myself than... I don't know. In my opinion, I see it as a scam, but maybe that's just because I'm young. And old people don't view it as a scam because they're taking advantage of it. Well, you know... I'm sure some older person's gonna be like, it's not a scam, while they're taking advantage of their retirement. Yeah, I don't know. Now, I'm not a big money person. I don't really know all that much about. Damn it, you motherfuckers baited me into an economic talk. Never mind. Moving on. Moving on. How do we potentially make this look a little nicer on the street? Maybe we can add like a building on the other side, and that could look kind of neat. Why don't you fire your account after he files and rehire for 1 month before tax season? You're not min-maxing your gains. I only use my account whenever I have to file my taxes, so it's not like I'm hiring them on a full-time basis. I literally only get work from them when I need work from them. Then you say you pay $800 a year? Yeah, $800 for the filing, which is once per year. So that's just the one-time payment. Last year it was cheaper. I think shit is getting worse, which is why it made me. I can't just pay him $16 an hour for a few hours. Nope. Nope. Here's the thing, though. When you really like, once you start getting more into it, an accountant saves you a lot of money. If like they're doing a decent job, they just end up saving you a lot of money and a lot of headache. You still have to do some of the bookkeeping, unless they do the bookkeeping for you, which then cool, sick. Oh, this is not. I'm actually going to copy some of the buildings from here. I think this is going to be better for me. Do you think anybody's going to notice? I don't think they'll notice. There you go. Adds a little bit of detail, I guess. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and take this building. I'm going to extend this one on this. I definitely copied everything. I don't know what the fuck you're talking. That's some bullshit. I don't know why that wall's there. You see that wall there? Why is that wall there? Well, bookkeeping are responsible for. I just assume I could export my invoices as payments received. If you have all of your stuff in a separate bank account, you could just send them that. That's good. I'm stupid, and I have everything running through my personal accounts. So I'm the one to make their life easier. I put shit in my own thing. I think I do use. Yeah, I use Wise as well. I use Wise as well. That's what I use. And it does a pretty good job of like exporting specific PDFs that they need and whatnot. Can't just export all your Wise data. I don't use Wise for. I do my Wise stuff manually. I do all that stuff manually. So like at the end of a year, I'll just go into all of my transactions and put them all together. I'm sure there's a better way. Of course, there's probably a better way, but whatever. What's that going on in the background? Something dying in the background. Am I living in a construction site? No, I don't live in a construction site. It definitely does come across that, huh? I was initially looking at making a US bank account to receive pay. Oh wait, I'm thinking of a different software. My bad. Wise is almost like PayPal. I was thinking of a different thing. My bad. Wait, was I thinking of a different thing? What was I thinking of? I don't fucking remember. I used some other shit. I forget what it was called. Um, I don't remember. Whatever. But I use that for like keeping track of my shit. Wave. That's what it's called. W's, man. W's, dude. When I did the calculations through DD America Bank, they charged me $300 more in fee/conversion rates. Whenever I get a wire transfer for my contract work, I'm pretty sure they like charge me like, or they deduct like I think like $100 or $200 because of the wire transfer amount, something like that. Um, Working a job is already hard enough. Doing self-proprietorship is like it's like willingly getting your balls fucking crushed. I understand why so many people just end up just working at a company because it's so much easier. There's like less headache. Like they make this shit so complicated, honestly. It's kind of it's kind of just like a joke, honestly. It's in some respects. And there we go. We got some containers there. Nice, nice. Let's also slap some HVAC units here. Yeah. Some give it a little bit of life. There we go. Nice. That's what I like to see. Do I get paid in CAD or USD? I get paid in USD. 100%. How's game dev going today? Forgot to ask. Going okay, I think. Can't shoot through this fence. Let's fix that. I think we had a thing called penetrable. I think we have a tag for that. Let's just test it real quick. Penetrable. Sick. How long before I start working on the next game? Guys, that could be within like the next couple weeks. I'm just waiting on localization to get done. Hopefully, I have to send off some information to my my capsule artist, who's a buddy of mine. I just asked him yesterday if he's available, and he is. Just on a whim. I was like, fuck it. We need new key art. So I'm gonna have to wait for the key art to get finished. Any existing music tracks will have to be finished. So we essentially have time to just improve the game, but in its current state, it's basically almost ready to go. It's basically ready to go. I think at this point it's now just like polish and just making sure the game feels good. That's really what it is. Adding any like final touches that we want to add in. That's about it. Will you be soloing the next project as well, or are you going to planning on bring? I'll probably bring my music artist with me, but I like soloing a lot of it myself. Call me crazy, but I do like doing that, and then occasionally I'll bring on some people as like a contractor to help me out with like specific features or elements of a project, but I'd rather have a lot of the key elements of it down. Yeah, call me crazy. But we'll see. We'll see what I end up doing. I don't know yet. I think we did that, didn't we? Didn't we extend that wall? Yeah, we did. Okay, so the next one. Wait, can the player go there? I don't think so. Okay, there's a big wall. Maybe we should fence that off. I'm assuming you just start brain training for your next game soon. Most likely, yes. Like, I have ideas of what I would like to work on. To an extent. Sort of. I don't 100% know what we're going to do yet, but it could be like any project, honestly. It really doesn't make any sense that there's waters here and then over there. Oh, no. Okay, let's fucking no, grab that. God, the thing is, there's so much light map wastage. Wastage? Waste, spillage. Waste. Yeah, we're probably going to be messing around a bunch, I think. Most likely. My company needed a US routing number for payroll, so I had to figure out which service would fuck me over the least. Oh, okay, you're doing it like that. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. Wrap it with awesome light map I actually don't even know where our light mass volumes even are. That's actually the only light mass volume in the entire level? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting. Yes, very, very interesting. That is extremely interesting. Is there a level I'm missing? No. That's it. Show volumes. I would imagine overlapping light mass importance volumes doesn't matter. It's not important if it's overlapping. Yeah, I'm just wrapping anything where the player can go. What? Yeah, I don't know. I like soloing projects. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. I do like soloing. I'm about to start dying soon. The construction work is using the construction work that's occurring in my kitchen is currently some hardcore chemicals for my eyeballs, so chances are I'm probably gonna die soon. Those hardcore chemicals, you know what it is? Onions. Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna be dying soon. Now the construction worker has seemingly moved over to the bathroom to nullify the sound of the construction work. I don't know if you guys hear that. No. You guys don't hear that. Okay. That's the funniest shit I've ever seen. By construction work, I mean a blender. Oh man, it's funny. You do hear it? Is it when I talk you guys can hear it? Am I gonna rub the onion in my eyes? No, I legit, when there's an onion being like cut, even if it's like 20 feet from me, the fucking gases that like come out of the onion, they hit me hard. They hit me hard, bro. I don't know what it is. I got weak eyes or some weak genes. Like, I love onions. Don't get me wrong. I fucking love onions, by the way. Like, I heckin' love onions. But it fucking kills me. Yeah, so our list of potential games that we'll be working on. So that we can delete this, we can delete. Gotta place some props in the empty containers. Also, would also be kind of nice as a nice detail. What do you guys notice is missing from these containers? Let's. I'm curious to see if anybody notices what's missing from them. A poster of my face. Now that is true, but the answer is doors. None of the containers, actually, maybe a couple of them, have doors. Which is, you know, not great. Here's the problem. I don't have a blueprint to easily add doors to these fuckers. Oh, wait, there's ammo in here? Oh, what the fuck? I keep forgetting ammo boxes are a thing. I'm just going to select a random wood material. You're telling me the crate's origin is at the bottom of it, so I can't easily rotate this? Man, what the hell, dude? Who the fuck made this box? Who the hell made this box? Try putting your tongue out and sort of bite onto it while breathing through your nose next time. There's spicy onion air in your proximity. Like, you're waffling. That's some bullshit. I'm not going to do that on stream. Huh. Interesting. How the hell does that work? Okay, what's the difference between doors 02 and doors door? Oh. It's missing a material. Of course. That was some... Oh, of course. Right. Right, so let's just go in here and just place the door. Oh, the pivot's not set correctly. Okay, let's just set the put the door in. The pivot is these marketplace creators are fucking just, I have no words. I got no words for these marketplace creators sometimes. I'm telling you. It's just on a different level. Like, all right, I'm not doing that again. I got doors on this one. I'm not putting fucking doors on all of these. You can't, you'd have to pay me to do that. Man, there ain't no way. Just how painstaking, oh god. And the fact that the pivot was, oh my goodness. I'm actually angry. I'm gonna be honest, I'm angry now. That pissed me off. Although it would look a lot nicer to...
Shit my pants, I did. Huh? 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 Shit my pants, I did.
Yeah, well, I did say. I should watch what I say sometimes, man. Hey, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, though, Fred. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Grrr. Wait, what? Physics-wise, this door would be placed right here. Yeah, I know physics, even though I failed it in school. Yeah. Not even a 50%. Click the add component button and they'll be perfectly in line. The pivot is set when you add component. The pivot is set when I add component. Okay. Those have doors apparently. So you're saying you want me to go add component, static mesh, doors. Like I understand it has the pivot of the parent, but it is basically the exact same thing as me just going in and copy pasting it. Now, of course, now it just has a component instead of a singular actor, but basically the same thing. So I really don't think it makes too much of a difference. You know what could be good is if we made these like actually movable doors, which I think we had here. Oh my god, they're just regular ass doors. That's fucking painful, man. That's fuck. Oh, that's painful. Although that would be kind of nice. I bought my GPU under my wife's name as we get points on her credit card for larger purposes. I wonder if that'll fuck claiming it as in taxes as a business expense because it's not under my name. If you got the receipt, proof of purchase, blah, 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 blah. You're probably fine. That being said, again, just put that question on the inevitable Google Docs list of tax questions that you're going to have for your accountant. You know what I mean? That's the way to do it, you know? I kind of like the doors being sort of closed, because then maybe the player naturally finds the ammo box that's hidden inside of it. I don't understand. Why is the pivot there? Is the asset supposed to be like wedged inside of it? Is that why that? Oh, that is why. The pivot is kind of correct. That's just stupid. That's just stupid design. Who the fuck thought of this? Ooh, man, what shit, man? Type shit. What? That's stupid. That's fucking stupid. Also, I just realized, why does this container has container doors 01, container doors 02, but it doesn't have the nice little things that this one has? Are you fucking, is this a joke? Where's the nice little like the little grooves? What the hell, man? I expected better from this bullshit. I'm disappointed. Now, I would love for these doors to be slightly more open. Here's the problem with that. I'd have to like adjust a bunch of their constraints and shit. I want to be honest. I don't really care. So... What's your email? I'll send you the list. I'm not an accountant. Listen, I am really stupid when it comes to business. I've been watching a lot of, I've been watching some clips of Shark Tank. So many terminologies used. Now, albeit it's more like physical product space, but even then, like, I don't know so much of this shit. Like, so much of this stuff I don't understand. So much of this stuff I don't understand. Why is this shit freaking out? You see this? Why is it... Huh? I thought I was in UE4, not UE5. Okay, and then on the other side, we'll have open doors. All right, show me the open doors. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. Where's the open doors? Show me some doors. Okay, this is a joke. Where's the open doors? I know there's, oh, here it is. I had a blueprint actor this entire time, guys. I had a blueprint actor this entire time that rotates them. I had a blueprint actor for the doors. I had a whole setup. I literally had a whole setup with like rotations and everything and material. Is this a dev of that one game that was abandoned? That reviews is funny, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Yeah, we got a review that says another abandoned game. Yeah. Somebody clown emoji'd it. Or gesture emoji. Yeah. Sorry. Yet another abandoned game. Yet another abandoned game. I'm sometimes scared my GPU will break. Dude, I feel that way too. I put all my games on low, even though my GPU could probably handle it. It's like, I don't want to overwork it, you know what I mean? I don't like hearing it go... I really hate that shit. Most indie devs don't understand what the word profit means. Don't get me wrong. Out of all indie devs, I look at the business aspect a lot more. I just don't understand the corporation filing standpoint, the how to maximize your margins and your profit, and I don't know that stuff yet. I would love to open a corporation at some point to take advantage of those tax tricks and whatnot a lot more. Don't get me wrong. I would love to. I'd love to. The only problem is I'm stupid. And I'm just not there yet. And I'm young. So, you know, I'm working on it. I'll figure that stuff out soon enough, I'm sure. Durr. Lower sell incorporation packages. Somebody, a buddy of mine sent me a link to a website that actually does incorporations for you, and it was like $800 or something like that. The only thing is I don't know what goes into it after that. And the thing is if I fuck up, I could get audited very quickly. That could go south very quick. So I want to get like a person who could potentially, not like mentor me, but, you know, at least give me a little bit of direction starting out. And admittedly, I'm just, I don't know. I just don't feel confident. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet, I would say. Do quarterly reports? Yeah, there's something different about reporting with a corporation that I do know requires a lot more paperwork. There's a lot more paperwork involved. A lot more paperwork involved. My advice is don't start a corporation until you release a game. Yeah, I don't think I'll start one unless somehow this shit blows up. And then I get put into the highest tax bracket. Then at that point, I think that's probably like, okay, maybe I do. maybe I do open one. Oh, God. Crim does not abandon game. Just watch his sword game in action. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I bought Remnant from the Ashes yesterday, even though my backlog games are never ending. I don't think I've played a game in like 2 weeks. 0.6 hours in the past 2 weeks. Oh, right. I booted up out of action. And there was nobody in any of the servers, so I didn't play any of those. I didn't play any of that. Do I use frame rate limit in UE editor to not make your GPU go zzz? Yeah, I do. I think I set it to like 120. I think that's just good practice with any Unreal Engine related software, is to set an FPS limit. Any game you play, just turn on an FPS limit. Trust me. Since you're working for a US-based company, you must be in a slightly higher tax bracket than most folks in Canada, right? Working for my company literally doubled my salary because of USD. I wouldn't say I'm in a higher tax bracket. I wouldn't say I wouldn't say I'm in like a higher tax bracket, but I definitely am, I guess, luckier than a lot of other folks within Canada. Like, I'm probably making slightly... No, I'm not. I don't even think I'm making above the average because my contracts are kind of like here and there. Like, sometimes I get a nice big one, and then... I don't know. We'll see when this game fucking releases. We'll see what happens. You mean the hit game Heaven's Gate? I don't know if I'll call it Heaven's Gate. Isn't that a cult? I remember we had this whole talk. Isn't Heaven's Gate a cult? And I think they sued someone. Now, for using their name or something. Now, what's weird is how the hell did they... How the hell did a suicide cult sue someone? Isn't the whole point that they suicided? All right, hear me out. How the hell? Because they had people stay behind that maintains the website even. How do they call themselves a suicide cult then? That's some bullshit. It's a lie. They're a lie. A fraud. That's a fraud if you ask me. My Drunk, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Should only take 2 months to apply for business and get approved. Yeah, I just don't know what goes into it. And I'd rather know what goes into it rather than like making huge mistakes that ends up getting me audited or something like that and I end up paying huge amounts. Maybe I'll take like a course on corporations or something. Maybe that might be a good idea actually. I wanted to maybe talk to my accountant because I think they're also an advisor and I could maybe ask them questions there and get help on that thing. That might be a good idea. Someone has to sacrifice themselves and survive. Someone has to survive to tell the tale, right? Wait, why is that like a nice looking door? Oh, wait, we use the same door. Never mind. Yeah, am I drawing? How'd the stream go? Hit up ICA. Do I work in this game in my free time or am I fully committed? Currently, I'm full-time on this, currently. Because my contract work, my workplace doesn't have any work for me right now. So, I am essentially full-time on this for a period of time, which is great, because it allows me to kind of focus on getting it done. The only people worried about being audited have something to hide. Also, please don't audit me. Well, it's more so the case of, like, if you don't file your paperwork or something, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's necessarily a case of having to hide anything. Because I'm not really worried about that. I think it's just more so the headache, the stress of, like, having to look through all your files and paperwork. I guess if they audit the corporation, though, you just have to get things related to the corporation. And so they wouldn't be necessarily auditing me as an individual. Or maybe they would. Because I'd be the only individual working at the corporation? I don't know how that works. I don't know how that would work. Imagine someone auditing poor old Krim that barely has any enough money to get by. Admittedly, I am a little bit luckier than a lot of people where I am not necessarily living paycheck to paycheck currently. And thank goodness for that. I'm extremely lucky to be in that financial situation. I can go to the grocery store, I buy shit. I don't necessarily look at the thing. I just like, here. You know, I am fortunate currently to be in that situation. Who knows how long that'll last. So yeah. Perhaps being a sole proprietor is more painful for audits than corps. I have no idea. I'm not sure. I would imagine either of them probably sucks. Krim buys Nescafe Gold, not the shitty Folgers. You're really climbing? No. Even better. I buy cafe specialty roasts. Yeah. I know. It's crazy. That's like the highest level you can go. What other things do we have on the list here? Place props in the empty containers. Yep. Okay, so last thing in here is just this hold E for the lift being kind of awkward. I would say this is basically done, though. We're basically done there. Yeah. I'm very lucky to be in the situation that I'm in, so... Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not, like, rich like fucking the big dog streamers. Like, don't get me wrong. But I am definitely still fortunate in a financial situation to not be completely stressed out. So, yeah. You heard him here, Chad. He's the 1%. I'm not the 1%. I just don't have any debt. Do I? No. Well, no, I don't. Not really. Trying to utilize this time I have now and try to make a game. Glad I stumbled upon your channel. You help seeing the death process. Say hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I always recommend to people just, you know, if you have time and you're using a lot of your time playing video games, I'd say, hey, try making some stuff. Try making some cool stuff, because maybe you'll think, maybe future you will thank you for taking the time to learn a skill, even if it's not game development specifically. Yeah, I look back at the amount of hours I played video games, and don't get me wrong, I think I still enjoyed that time, but I do look back and I'm like, you know, 6 hours a day of playing video games, probably could have done something different, but, you know, I enjoyed it, right? So... This Crim guy bought a whole new coffee machine and new coffee grinder. Let's say where he found all the money to buy these luxury items. I did buy a new coffee machine and a coffee grinder. But I'm probably not going to be able to write it off. I don't think that would be plausible. Maybe if I was under a corporation, I could maybe write off a coffee machine and a grinder, but I would probably need an office space, like an actual legitimate office space. Then I could probably write it off. I think in the case of where I am right now, I think maybe if I put it in the back of the stream, I could write it off. You know, get a table. You know what I mean? Make it a part of the stream every morning. You know what I mean? Heard your coworker blending the coffee beans earlier. There you go. There's the narrative. There you go. Even though they were blending onions. But don't tell them that. It's coffee beans for the coffee machine. We have to show all those hours. Golden Nova 3 after 6 years. Actually, at the time, I was streaming Counter-Strike. And I used to play a lot of viewer games. I de-ranked a lot by doing those viewer games, I think. But I'm pretty sure I was like... almost global elite level, okay? I was pretty good at the game. Now, I got like fucking boomer hands, and it sucks playing any shooting game. I only have little moments where I'm like in the zone for like 5 minutes, and then it's gone. It's like a fart in the wind. It just... it's gone. Also, don't file business taxes on paper because they'll just lose it and blame you later with no electronic proof. Why the hell would you file with paper? What is this, fucking 2003? What? Why would you file with paper? Okay. Are there any other, like, very obvious containers that should have some doors attached to them? Some stupid fucking doors. Oh, this one right here. Yeah, I see one. I got eyes on. I got eyes on. Do you think a player's going to look at these doors and be like, I can't go through that. I'm just going to have to go in the next container. I'm sure that's going to happen. Surely that'll probably happen. They're gonna stare at this and be like, dude, I can't go through. There's fucking doors. And they're not even gonna try to go through it. Skill issue at that point? Yeah, that's story of this game right there. I get the best of both by writing and editing stuff about video games? Hey, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, if my job was playing video games, that'd be fucking sick. I'd take that. I don't know about you guys, but I'd take that. I'd take that any day. Okay, putting doors here is actually kind of detrimental because we lose out on a lot of space. You know what? It ain't so bad. All right, we got doors. You guys happy? And I hope the player can still run through them. This door is kind of annoying. That door right there, kind of annoying because it's like restricting a lot of movement. You can kick this down, can't you? Yep. Video games. There's a towel. Which video games would I play? If I was like a game streamer? If I was a game streamer? Dude, I don't know, man. Arc Raiders was a lot of fun. Arc Raiders was a really fun time. I think you guys were watching that. And that was a fun time. I don't know if it was a fun time for you guys, but I had a fun time. Where the hell am I? What was I looking at? I saw something. Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. Of course. I did notice a problem. These doors don't have a primitive value, and the doors are most of the time open doors, so we're just going to put that right into the material. And now it should be fading in and out on all of the doors. There we go, that's what you like to see. What the... Did I see the data mine stuff from the Arc Raiders beta? No. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Can also kick the doors down in the Dust 2 map? Yeah. You mean Rush B, not Dust 2. Rush B. It's called Rush B. Okay. I'm leaving that in. I'm ashamed to say 1,500 hours in Assassin's Creed Unity co-op and playing with other people just tapped into my childhood fantasies, I guess. Why are you ashamed? If you had fun, who gives a shit? I think anybody who wants to like shame people for having fun, I think is probably like the most deplorable person. Why are you doing that? It's just for me, I felt like maybe I could have used my time a bit more wisely. Because I just spent so much time playing games. But here's the thing, I I think I enjoyed most of it. I think some of it I didn't. I think some of it was kind of FOMO or me just kind of playing a game because I was addicted to it. I think that was the problem. Is that I think I had an inherent addiction to video games, like playing MMORPGs for like unhealthy amount of hours. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I still ended up kind of finding my way into doing this stuff. So thanks past me, I guess, with all of the hours of random struggling. How are we looking on our list? I think we're looking pretty good. I think this level has gotten a good third-person treatment to an extent. I could maybe somehow block this off so you don't really see too much of this. The ceiling! I hope I didn't accidentally fuck that up. Okay, good. A little bit of Z fighting never hurt anybody, but what I can do is alt middle mouse. I can alt middle mouse and it won't work. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's kind of cool. Okay, apparently I had a spline point selected that entire time. What's scary is I basically can't remember any of my teenage years, probably because I spent most of it playing games, just a complete blank. When I tell you guys I have, based on my memory of what I saw in X-Fire all those years ago, what I saw in X-Fire was probably just even a small fraction of what I had. Well, not a small, but probably only like 80-70% of what I had when I played Star Wars, those Star Wars games, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy, and Jedi Outcast. I had like 8,000 hours in that. And that might have been just a small fraction. Like, I probably didn't even know about X-Fire until later on, playing on multiplayer servers. So, I still remember I went out and, you know, played with like the kids in the community and shit when I was younger. Went to the park and stuff. You know, I still like did stuff, I think, but a lot of it is definitely a blur for sure. Definitely a blur. Remember how X-Fire had streaming? They had streaming? I don't remember that. I remember Justin TV. It's so funny. Well, it's not funny. It's kind of sad. A lot of the streamers I used to watch back when Twitch was like in its very like early days, they used to have like 300, 200, 300, 400 viewers. Now I look back at their streams. If some of them don't stream anymore at all, and they only got like 3 or 4 viewers now. I think Soda Poppin streamed on X-Fire, then JTV. Damn. Damn. People found an exe in the files that had a countdown to June 5th or 6th. A countdown to June 5th or 6th? So are they speculating that the game is going to release on June 5th or 6th, or there's going to be like a trailer release or something? That's funny. Why did I buy 800 grams of filled chocolate eggs? I can't stop eating them. Sir, put the chocolate eggs down. Sir, put them down. Halt, criminal scum. Your chocolate eggs per hour consumption rate is through the roof. Played countless games in my life and also MMORPGs. I'm 38 now and I've taken it a bit more easy. and in the weekends I could play some action game. Yeah, there you go. I feel like as long as you kind of space out the hours without like mindlessly playing, I think it's fine. For a period of time, I was just getting sucked into Deadlock, but honestly, like, I could definitely tell it just kind of became mindless at some point. Like, I wasn't even thinking about it when I was playing that game. Did I pull all-nighters in WoW? Not playing WoW, but I definitely did pull a bunch of all-nighters in RuneScape. RuneScape and MapleStory are probably some of my all-nighters. Probably Counter-Strike as well at some point. I never played WoW. WoW was not my MMORPG. The only MMORPGs I got into were MapleStory, RuneScape, Guild Wars 2, Black Desert Online. Probably some other ones after that too. What are some other MMORPGs? What's the list of MMORPGs? Like, that's how bad it got, to a point where like I don't even know some of the games I played. Like, they just become blurs now. That's how bad it got. I played a bunch of New World. I played a little bit of Neverwinter. I remember playing a bit of that. I don't know how much, but I played a bit of that. Like, I tried WoW. I couldn't get into it, man. I could not get into that. I couldn't. I'm too invested to have characters that can legally drink. Damn. So like 18 years old characters? That's crazy. I guess my RuneScape account is probably 18 years old by now. I actually don't know. I know it's 10 plus. That I know for sure. Yeah. Honestly, I'm just waiting for the sailing update for old school RuneScape, and then maybe I'll play it a little bit again. And I think the thing I'll do is I'm definitely just not gonna, like, I'm just not gonna use any, like, quest guides or anything like that, because I feel like half the enjoyment is kind of just trying to figure it out. And I kind of ruin a lot of that for myself by reading guides and whatnot. I feel like as gamers, we have a tendency of ruining our own experiences. You know what I mean? Am I wrong in that kind of assumption? I feel like a lot of gamers kind of just ruin it for themselves. What's that saying? Given the chance, gamers will optimize the fun out of a game? Yeah, like finding meta guns to use just because, like, yeah, it kind of sucks. And I'm very guilty of that as well. You kind of lose out on, like, the fun of exploring a game and figuring it out for yourself and using different weapons and different tools and different things in a game. But instead we just kind of try to, some players, myself included at times, just try to find the thing that makes things easiest. So like the same thing with a roguelite. I feel like a roguelite that's designed in such a way that allows you to use the exact same build as you had before just because it's the best thing, I actually think is bad. It could be considered as bad design because knowing how players are, they'll probably end up kind of just doing that to themselves, right? So you almost have to find a way of forcing players to find different builds without trying to go for the thing that's the strongest. Players like challenge, but their nature is always to pick the path of least resistance. Yeah. Would you really gimp yourself? Well, there are, you know, people that really do like challenge, and they will add more challenge themselves because They find that to be like just like how you have Elden Ring and you have Soul level 1 or whatever it's called, where you literally don't level up because people like that added challenge. After 20 years, we can finally get player housing that you can build yourself with WoW assets. WoW has houses now? I have over 200 hours in Elden Ring, and Elden Ring is huge. It is a pretty big game. What am I looking at in this level? Somebody get me out of here. I don't know the fuck I'm looking at. Grim, am I going to try Night Rain? I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't really care much for... I would rather watch someone else play Souls games than play them myself. That's like that type of game genre that I think a lot of times I would rather just watch a stream of it. And to be fair, that's a lot of video games. I think Arc Raiders was one of the few where I'm like, I really enjoyed playing that myself. Do I have any interest in Ashes of Creation? Probably not, to be honest. This is what I mean. I've lost a lot of my like gamer, you know, vibe, I guess. I'm gonna build lighting. Not an MMO. I still like MMOs, but they really have to like catch me, or maybe I have like friends playing it. Like I think I'll get back into old school RuneScape a little bit once Sailing comes out. Like I said, you know, just to kind of, you know, dip my feet in a little bit. Unreal Engine's the better sandbox game. I would genuinely rather. I think I do find a lot more satisfaction in making games now. I feel like there's something so much more satisfactory of working so hard on something, albeit it's unrealistic and stupid just how much work you have to put into something before it gets released. But once you see people playing it and they're like, this is sick, you know, it's like it's a different feeling than, hey, great, I got Diamond or fucking GM in Marvel Rivals. Oh, great. I guess, like, I still like playing games and I find the satisfaction and whatnot from them, but I don't know. I just don't really, I don't know if I care for it too much anymore. You got GM and Marvel Rivals? I did. Last season, I think. Now I'm Plat. It's been difficult to get out of Plat. People in Marvel Rivals, though, are more unhinged. I feel like they're more unhinged than players in Overwatch. They're just absolutely unhinged. Yep. Overwatch, good game, will die on said hill. Just kind of got boring for me. Do I do game jams? I don't really like. I did them before. I'm personally not into them. I feel like they just make me more stressed out, and I just end up losing sleep. I would much rather use that time to like prototype something, I feel like, or use it on a game that I'm currently working on. And I also don't think, you know, I'm sure there's some people that would disagree with this. I don't think you can necessarily make a prototype in like a day or two. I feel like that's a thing that takes, like, for me, it would take me a good solid, like, probably a week or two to really get like a nice prototype of what I would envision for a game and whatnot. I can stop. My phone fucking vibrating so much. Overwatch and Rivals, one of the few games I can truly play support. I think Rivals does supports better than Overwatch. I feel like it does. I also enjoy tanks more. Or do I? Yeah, I think I enjoy tanks more in Rivals than I do Overwatch as well. Although Zarya was fucking really fun. So many people accused me of cheating on Zarya, but I was just good at Zarya. Hey, listen, it's not my fault they kept shooting at the bubbles and giving me full charge. And then I just fucking aim train on them. Dead. It was a good time. All right, I would say this level is good to go. Like, I don't really care too much for it to do this task. Although, I will leave it on the list. The jam I did was 10 days. Oh, okay. But I don't know. I like the idea of like following a theme and stuff like that, but I think I'd just rather use that time just work on my own stuff, to be honest. You know, or I do like a mini project myself and I kind of give myself my own kind of self-induced, not game jam, but my own self-induced specific theme or something like that. Anyways, hold on. I'm just going to be right back. I got to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. People accuse me of cheating, but I play Sombra. 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 Okay. Man, that took that long just for one level. Let's move on to the next one. Let's see what needs to be improved in the next one. Oh god. I think we have already done some improvements to the cathedral, so I don't know. Oh no, there's tons of shit that we have to do in this level. For one, there's no door, so how the hell did we get in here? Oh, great. Alright, what else we got on this list? The ceiling is probably missing a bunch of lights. Like a bunch of like light fixtures. That would probably add quite a bit of nice like ceiling detail. I also think you can increase the light map density of a bunch of these. Just like, look at that bleeding. It looks so awful. How will people get in without a front door? Well, according to us, we just teleported through. Yeah. Like, look at that. The fuck? Also, I don't know... That is a decal problem. Okay. This chair is missing lighting. Very good. It also can't be kicked. Very good. Fantastic. Love to see it. Oh, I shut the glass. Don't worry about Sombra anymore. She's banned in 90% of games. I don't know if I could ever get back into Overwatch, man. I don't think I ever could. Jeez, man. Jeez, warn me next time. Okay. Let's put some, maybe some ceiling details. Yeah, we need some ceiling details. The floors look fine because we have some nice reflections. Very nice. Some very nice reflections. Got a nice air duct up there. Did someone from YouTube ask me a question? Oh, ICA asked, what games have you released? Okay, so here we are in the upstairs section. I think, again, more light fixtures on the ceilings could be kind of nice. I'm also noticing a huge lack of, like, details in this hallway. You see how, like, empty it is? You could definitely break up this, maybe with some containers. I see some floating containers there, too. Are there papers in this level? My only detail in this entire game. Papers. Papers, please. It would appear we're missing a huge amount of... Oh, wait, we got some papers.
of the way.
Hotel said, I'm still working on a game not released yet. Oh, there you go. Do I model most of the assets or partial? Just partial, but a large majority of them I do not model myself. With the amount of responsibilities I have, that's just too much, I think. There was a question below res light map in the second level of Toronto posted in the Discord. I don't know if I'll be able to fix that one, but I will see what I can do. I wonder if maybe I did some... I might have done some lighting adjustments to that level. Let me, I'll look into that. I'll look into that. Hold on. Got it. Yeah, we need something to break up the straightness of this. I think someone said it would be cool to see some enemies back here when you walk back in. I think that could be cool. Is it missing a ceiling? No, it's not. It's just there's no lights. Right. This would be nice to have some lights in here. See, here we have some light fixtures, which I think are also visible in top-down, funny enough. This level, the thing I don't like about the level and the lighting of this level, it just doesn't really feel like a crypt. You know what I mean? I think it's lacking contrast. I think that's the problem. It's lacking some contrast. We might be able to add a little bit of contrast to this. Like, I think, yeah, I think it's lacking a lot of contrasts. Not like that. Monka Giga. Monka. Not the best wording you could have chosen. You know, definitely not the best wording. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What the? There's no enemies in here. Wait, why is there no enemies in here? Interesting, interesting. I think something must have bugged out here. How's this hall looking? Max Payne vibes? Is your game inspired by it? Some of the aspects are inspired by Max Payne. But this game takes a lot of different sources of inspiration, to be honest. This hallway looks okay now. It doesn't look horrible. It's like passable. Ish. Do I keep the blockout orange boxes in here, guys? It's got some style. You gotta admit, it's got some style. Could have colored glass here. That could be cool. Could be very cool. I would have died here, but that's okay. Because we're cheating. Using God mode. Yeah, colored glass could be interesting. I don't know how. I think we could probably do that through the light bake. We might be able to do that through the light bake. Yeah, the crouch looks a lot better now. I changed the crouch animation. Okay. The cathedral. Oh man, alright, the cathedral. So one of the big problems was the fact that there's nothing to break up the monotony. Of these walls. It's all very straight. Oh, so just suck at lighting? Yeah, I'm pretty rough at lighting too. It's definitely a difficult skill to perfect. Ideally, what I should do is make this ceiling out of different pieces, but whatever. That would resolve the problem as a whole. I watch a YouTuber who's really good at lighting and UE. He also does portfolio reviews. I have a feeling I know who you're talking about. I think I know who you're talking about. Is it William Foucher or whatever his name is? No, that's not it. Oh, shit. Well, shit. EMC3D. Alright. I got news. I actually don't know who that is. So that's news to me. Now, these should be separate ceiling pieces as well. Poopy. Very poopy shit. Yeah, a different light setup might look better in here. I think a different lighting setup could be very beneficial. What was our problems? No front door. Well, I guess we could just take the golden door, the beautiful golden brass door. Put that fucker at the entrance, but close it, I guess. This door don't even fit. What? Oh, that's not it. Beautiful. The door. The golden door. Is this a joke? It's not even reaching the floor. Whatever. All right, cool. In top down, our camera looks like this. Let's go ahead and just make it so this is only visible in third person. So otherwise we don't really need it. This is in the wrong level, by the way. I just realized we put this in the wrong level. This is supposed to be part of lobby. Lobby! What the? Now, I'm also noticing these windows, I don't think have an actual... Oh, they do have a glass material. Oh man, do I really want to go out of my way to do some texture for this? I think what we could do is maybe get a different type of glass material that appears a bit more, because it almost looks like there's no glass on it, you know what I mean? Like we don't have glass there. I kind of like that dev glass, I'm not gonna lie. Even though it's like not supposed to be there, I dig it because the fact that you can see it. Broken glass, not it. Like all these glass materials are expensive and they're just like not very interesting. Train glass windows. That's just not even aligned. Does this have any detail? It has no roughness detail. Man, what the hell? All of my glass materials suck. Window glass. Doors glass. Again, no roughness variation. Is it because it doesn't have any? Please tell me the glass has. I can't tell because it's transparent. I was gonna say, please tell me the glass has a UV. Maybe it's the fact that it doesn't have a UV. Hold on. No, it is. The glass is UV'd from the looks of it. Morning. Now that has some substance to it, and I don't know why that has so much more. I'm worried that it's a little bit of an expensive material though, so let's take a look at the shader complexity view. Let's see how much different it is versus the other ones. So the other ones are green, which is making me assume that this glass is actually an additive. It's not translucent, it's an additive. It looks nicer. Don't get me wrong, it looks nicer. You know what I mean? but it's a lot more expensive. Like, it looks a lot nicer because I think it's actually properly using the reflection cube map. But it's much more expensive. Hmm. Do I bake my lighting? I do, yeah. It looks a lot nicer. Don't get me wrong. It looks a lot nicer, but it's just not... It's not there. Ugh. Maybe let's keep it and let's see what people say in terms of performance at this level. Hey, you know what? Fuck it. Let's see what happens. You know what I mean? Maybe we get yelled at. We get like a couple negative reviews. You know how it goes. It's fine. Shit. God, this level does not look very good in third person, though. I will say. Like, you look on the outside, and it's, like, not very good looking. And then you look outside here. It's not very good looking. You can also see the rest of the level. So, what if we hear me out? Do I have any fake fog? Throw a bunch of trees everywhere? Yeah, we could do that. Put a big giant white wall. Yes! Yes! Hold on. Hey, okay, let's see what we got here. Oh my god, that disabled my select. Of course it did. Disable my select. Doesn't really make sense, because ideally when you look down here, you'd probably, like, I would imagine, see the rest of the building on the bottom section. You know what I mean? But you don't. Also, there's a missing wall here. Yeah, you know what? Let's just, let's just put a bunch of trees in here, you know? Oh, fuck it. You know, tree. What kind of tree would we put in here? Ooh, I kind of like this one. Yeah. That's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. Now what? Now how do we not fuck this up? Will I add old school cheat codes to the game, like a big head mode and such? Please also add a wide wick cheat that makes him go wide. How you doing, Miyazaki? I don't know if I'll be adding anything additional to the game in terms of like features and whatnot. I think I'm out of juice on features. I've run out of juice. Is the Pope the stage boss for the cathedral? We don't call him the Pope. That could potentially get us in trouble. But wait, what the fuck? Oh, this. Oh, you motherfucker. It's a blockout cylinder. Yeah, you fucking kidding me, man? It's not like a real cylinder? It's a joke? Decal, no. Darkness, no fade. Tag, 3pp visible. 3pp. 3pp. I'm in the wrong level. Put it in the right level. Alright. I'll make a wide wick mod for your game when you release it, mark my words. There was also somebody, I think, asking for workshop support. I don't know how to do that. Like, I don't know how to allow people to mod the game. I would love to. Don't get me wrong. I would love to make it so people can mod the game. I don't remember where someone asked for workshop support. I don't remember where that was. Oh, on the main channel. And just in general, a lot of people ask for it, but I just don't. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know how to put in the. I don't know how to. Yeah, I don't know. Can I just turn on the workshop and the people who know how to do modding can do it? Like, I would love to like help out and figure that out, but I'm stupid. I'm a bit what has you say, dummy. I'm a bit dummy. Yeah. A bit stupid. Alright, so what's an easy fix for me to make it so the player, when they look out here, they don't see the other level? Wait a fucking second. Look at bug report, because I'm pretty sure that level is supposed to be unloaded. Oh. Oh, that's the grass. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, you motherfucker. What are you a part of? Upper room? What the shit? And then you're a part of the lobby. And then you're a part of upper room, but you're doubled up because I'm clicking here and you're a lobby. And then you're upper room. Man, what the flip-flop? How do I erase with like a paintbrush? No, don't tell me I have to select all of these myself. Lasso doesn't work. Lasso's bullshit. The fuck am I looking at? How do I lasso select? Chat, help me out here. How do I lasso select? Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the fucking sea? You have to enable the foliage type. Guys. I feel like I'm the lawnmower and I'm doing the lawn. Timmy Sweeney. You really did it, you son of a bitch. You made the greatest game engine in existence. Watch me accidentally delete something I don't want to delete. I'm gonna go fucking crazy. I'm gonna go fucking crazy, man. Ah. Lasso tool it? I can't! I'm fucking clicking! There's nothing to lasso! Shift, click, control, alt, shift, control. Yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And here's the great thing. I have to double click them. I can't just single click them. I have to double click each one. Anyways, how's your guys' day going? Also, Anderson on YouTube is probably right. Who the fuck is Anderson? Who's Anderson? Who the hell? Who is Anderson? Mr. Anderson? Mr. Anderson? Oh, Anderson. Sorry, my bad, Anderson. I thought you were saying like Anderson on YouTube, as in like a YouTube video. Like there's a YouTube channel talking about Unreal or something. I think you need the ground to be visible. The problem is I think the ground is a part of a different level, and the foliage tool does not care about meshes that are in different levels. So I think I would have to take the ground and duplicate it, and whatever, man. We're almost done trimming this fucker out. Like it's like I feel like I'm taking scissors and I'm fucking trimming this shit with scissors. I'm already there. I'm already there. I'm already there. I'm already done. It's done. I'm already done. It's done. Wow. That gave me gastric reflux. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Now, problem 2. It would appear this piece is a part of the atrium, when it's actually supposed to be part of the lobby. These pieces are supposed to be part of the atrium. Maybe there was a reason why they weren't a part of there, but catacombs. These, part of the catacombs. Okay. And that should fix all of our... And that should fix all of our problems. Albeit, there's like nothing around, but... Oh wait, hold on. Skybox. He's done it again. Although, I don't think Miami is mountainous. Whatever. Whatever. Who gives a fuck? All right. You know what? It at least adds like something to the you know what I mean? Like rather than, you know, makes it look a little nicer. Nice. Oh, dude, look. Oh, dude, look at that pink. Oh, or red or whatever. Why don't you use the level coloration mode to find these? The fuck is that? What the hell is that? Level coloration? That's a thing? I know there's an LOD, but level coloration? Level... KS, level coloration. Yeah, some fake fog would go pretty hard. I just don't know if I have like a fake fog thingy. I'm pretty sure I literally just moved that. This shit's haunted. This asset is haunted. I think it's because the atrium is not visible. Okay, put this in here. Okay, now. Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh, now it works. Okay. It gives meshes the colors you choose in levels 1. It can't be a thing they added in UE5. It's essential. Where would that be found? Because I don't see it. I don't see it. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Hit proxies? What the hell? Okay, fake fog. Okay. We have a distance fog. We could... Fog clouds. Yes. This is it. Fog clouds. This is what we've been looking for. Show advanced level coloration. Oh shit, I didn't know that was a thing. Wait, what the fuck is the yellow? What? That doesn't make any sense. Now it's red. What? Yellow? But it's supposed to be blue. Yeah, it's the God rays. I'm just... Why is it a different color? Is it because it's an effect? What? That's cool. I did not know that was a thing. All right, this horrendous fog. Yeah, that's a nay. No. Let's put a different post-process volume. This is post-process volume 2. This will have distance fog. Distance fog 2. Wait, we need to put infinite extent. Yes, sure. Uh-oh. Now there's the blacks. The HDR black values that we needed that entire time. I'm getting hungry. Here's the problem with fog. Especially material like this. I cannot specify where the fog is and where the fog is not. You know what I mean? So because of that, we might have fog on the inside that I don't want, and I just want on the outside. You know what I mean? I guess I could use the exponential height fog. Where's this in? I'm going to assume this is in the persistent level. Yeah. Which I could, in theory, change up in here. Like, we could do this hill. But the thing is that... What? Hill? Bump? Mountain? We got this. The thing is, the mesh sucks. The mesh fucking blows. It's also low poly. Did I ever say I hate low poly now? I hate it. I hate the low poly art style. I'm sorry. Here's my hot take. Low poly art style, I hate working with it, at the very least. Whatever, this is better than nothing, I guess. I suppose this is better than nothing. You can build one whole... If you have one rock mesh, you can build an entire cliff if you believe in yourself. Yeah, it's just, you know, it takes like 73 hours probably. Let's put some trees. Put some trees up here. How do I make it so it doesn't paint on the rotation? Here we go. Lots of trees. An enormous amount, an incredible amount of trees. Wait, I gotta change some of the settings. It has dynamic shadows turned on. We don't want any of that. We don't want any of that. Honestly, guys, this is good enough. I guess what we could do is just take one big piece. Lower its Z height a little bit. This doesn't really make sense for like Miami. I feel like the shits would be a lot different, but you know. Who said this was really like Miami? It's just the word. The name. Okay, good enough. I'm fine. Don't ask for more. It's not happening. You should rename Miami to what? To Vice? Oh well, whatever. If someone looks at the imperfections of the game, fucking sue me, man. But don't actually, please. But like, whatever. I am just a humble, tiny, stupid, silly indie dev. I am not a professional. I'm just a dummy. Oh my god, it came with the trees? Which level are you a part of? Cathedral lobby? There's no way. There's not the... Oh my god, the tree just somehow fucking magically appeared, and with all of the settings? Oh, hey, would you look at that? That's great. Great. Exactly what we wanted. I have an idea. What if we just take this and scale it by 5? What? He can't do that. But wait, I can. And I did. Okay, for that one we'll do 4. But then what we should do is we should take a wall. Larger wall. A 400 by 400 wall. A 400 by 400... I said a 400 by 400 wall. There we go. What? It would appear I've selected all of... What is going on? What the hell is going on? Let's do architectural wall 400 by 400. All right, we got a little bit of clipping. That's okay. That's fine. Just a regular day at the office. Okay, for some reason this is scaled differently. Why did I... There must have been a reasoning why I did that, right? No, there was not. Okay, interesting. We're going to extend this. And additionally, show me the upper rooms. What does it look like again? Copy this. Oh, wrong thing. And paste it here. No, not like that. And then tags, 3pp visible. Surely this will not cause any problems. So if someone looks out the window, they'll see the top of the cathedral, which will look sick, right? Although that doesn't really make sense because it definitely doesn't make sense, but whatever. You know what? Fucking whatever, man. It'll still look sick. Kind of. Luckily, the player cannot see the front entrance because there is nothing at the front entrance. They see the hills. Very pretty. Here's a problem, though. Our trees are not in the right spot. Can I clear all of these? What's the button to clear all of these? Select all. That removed all of my grass. I would like to select all with just this a tree. Can I just is there a way to just delete all the instances of this? Well, luckily it's not like 50 million pieces of grass and it's just 25 trees, right, guys? Uncheck the other foliage, but then that deletes the entire thing. I guess I could just do that and then re-add the tree, I guess. Where are you, tree? I suppose that's faster, but then I just need to reset the settings in here. Don't cast dynamic shadows, no collision, okay. Also, additionally, do not align normal. Okay, so now we can just place some trees. Where does the road lead to this cathedral? I don't know, we're in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, who knows? There's hills surrounding us. The hills have eyes. Your face has eyes? That's true. He's right. They force you to create a foliage type asset in UE5 for this reason. I just hit the cancel button and it still works. You know, I just hit the cancel button. I'm pretty sure it creates a foliage asset anyways. I'm not entirely sure. All right. We've improved the cathedral. Increase light map density, no front door, darkness decal, looks ugly, ceiling details. We can work on that. So let's just delete these. Am I going to switch to UE5 for my next game or stick with 4? I'm probably going to switch to UE5, to be honest. Yeah. Potentially. I think I will. Yeah. Most likely. I don't really see much reason to stay in UE4. Other than, like, I guess it's, like, quick and snappy, but I'm sure UE5 will probably make its way to being a little bit more quick and snappy. And I'm sure once I switched over to, like, DX11 and shit, I'm sure it'll feel just fine. Maybe. Or maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out. Maybe it'll feel fine. Maybe it'll feel absolutely awful. I don't know. Also, nanite. Yeah, I'm totally going to use that. Totally going to use nanite. All right. It's a moment of time. It's time to build. Do I know how to code? I guess. Yeah. I suppose. Not C++ though. I'm still trying to figure that one out. That's still a puzzle. Puzzle waiting to be finished. Albeit that's a puzzle that'll never be finished. A puzzle that requires progress. Still trying to figure out how to put the cube in the square hole. Boom, boom, boom. What else do we have on the list? Oh yeah, this we need to fix. That's I'm gonna say this is a yellow task. It's not game breaking, but you know. But the circle goes in the square hole. Well, technically everything can go in the square hole. Because they're all the same size. The circle can go in the square hole. The rectangular cube, or whatever you want to call it, can go in the square hole. The cylinder can go in the square hole. C++ really takes time to learn, but once you grasp it, your entire understanding of the engine changes. I can still read some of the source code, which has been quite helpful. But in some extents, I do kind of like, I get lost in the sauce. Writing it is a bit of a challenge, but yeah. Hold on, we're building lighting. Let's put some gameplay on the screen. I'm following a course and I'm making a game in Unity. It's pretty hard, to be honest. ChatGPT helps a lot about the coding part. Hey, hell yeah. It is definitely hard. It is definitely hard. You know, just it is definitely a game of patience. Not only with the software, but with yourself. Definitely can be a challenging thing. This is double gameplay? How privileged are we? Hey, before you know it, we'll have triple gameplay. Hold on. I gotta use my my byte thingy for my Invisalign. You know what would be a funny meme? What's that game called where you're like running across trains and shit? It's like multiple lanes and it's just literally just a runner game. Subway Surfer? All right, hear me out. A level that's like Subway Surfer, but you're auto moving forward always, but it's suit for hire. Literally just so I could take a gif of it. Just so I could take a video of it. Oh man. How long could that possibly take? A day or two, probably. It's a meme though. I don't think I would do it. I got like 40 minutes left in my day of taking out my aligners. Kind of sucks. Oh wait, no. And I have like an hour and 10 minutes. Nice. We don't do any more train levels? No, well, the trains wouldn't be moving. You'd be just running through the trains. It'd be like DE train, but no moving trains. And it'd just be one straight path. Negative review. Train level in the trailer isn't actually in the game. Game abandoned. Oh, dude, look, the ceiling is looking a little better. Ish. Hey, peace out, Sass. Have a good one. So, there's still... Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Is the sun a static light? No, it's stationary. Okay. We got a lot of shade coming in here, okay? Is the shade still there? It would appear that the shade is still there. It's the clouds. It's like a big fucking juicy water balloon in the sky. Maybe we just like delete this one. Maybe we... Ah, fuck. Disable shadows on the hill pieces? If I do that, though... it'll potentially look really stupid, like... I guess it is a fix, though. Is that the baked lighting for the trees? Yeah. Ah, whatever. Well, we turned off the shadows on the hills. I did end up deleting that other hill. Yeah, whatever. All right, I guess we're rebuilding again. A second time. Here's some gameplay. Again. For a second time. The 2-time. Back to back. Hey, Mr. Streamer, it looks like your game is trying to be both low poly and high at the same time. Thoughts? Yeah, you'd be right. My game has a very stupid art style. It's not very good looking. It's not a very good looking game, I will admit. It's kind of... At times, it looks good. And at other times, it looked like shit. Yeah. It's true. It's not the prettiest looking game, graphically. We call it low-high poly. I call it blue. Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe shit. Yep, that's the game. When the gamers said we only care about gameplay, I truly took that to heart. It's like... I was like, you know what? You're right. The graphics don't matter. Sorry, I don't speak Italian. Me neither. I only know a few words. Pasta, spaghetti, tiramisu. I actually don't even know. Is tiramisu in Italian? I actually don't even know. We're hiring an art director at our studio. I'll make sure you're in the running. Thank you. Thank you. Put me on the top of the docket. Yeah. Put me at the top. Put me on the top of the list. Get me up there. Is my mom watching my stream? Can't tell. My mom, my mother, out of nowhere, is like, yes. And I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, she is watching the stream. Okay. No, I don't mean is tiramisu Italian. I know it's Italian, but does it mean, is it tiramisu in Italian? Like, or do they call it dessert? Or they like dessert? Like, my mom randomly, yes, son. Yeah, okay. Geez. Oh, we're at 68%. My art style hasn't yet been cataloged. Wait, what do you mean by cataloged? It's like not a thing yet? Like catalog as in like... I'm hungry? I wonder why. I got what do I got in the fridge? I got like Indian style chicken. I say style because I don't know if I would necessarily, it's like a tikka masala mix, but or not tikka masala, what am I saying? It's like a tandoori style seasoning, but I wouldn't really call it tandoori. And I got rice. Dude, these trees look awful, man. You think anybody's gonna notice? Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I think they're gonna notice. Why are the leaves not casting shadows? That's my question. Can someone answer that? You know, no excess. How's it going? All right, cathedral looking good. It looks fine. What's on the list? Cathedral. What's on ceiling details? Oh, whatever. I'll just call it done. I'ma say it's done. Benito. Have you turned on enable shadows? That works for me in Unity. Yeah, but like that would cost like way too much. It'd be like too costly to just enable shadows and all these trees that you don't even see in. Actually, you might see them in third person. Yeah, you're gonna see this. Does the material cast shadows? It should. The slot said cast shadows. Let's see the material itself. It's masked. It's not overwritten. No comprendo. Do I have to do cast shadow as masked? No, don't tell me I have to rebuild the lighting for a third time. I wish to not do this at this time. It's like chicken masala, but not. Also like chicken tandoori, but not. So it's just chicken. It's chicken with a bunch of seasoning. Let your intern do it. Yeah. You mean future me? Ah, yes, of course. You mean future me. Is that what you mean? How does the God mode tool assist you? It doesn't really assist me much. You know that robot from Iron Man 1 that he keeps like scolding? That's basically this tool. Yeah. I didn't give it enough love. It helps, but like I might as well like give it up to a charity or something. It's just like a level browser. So all of my levels in the game are here, so I can quickly just navigate them without having to like go to the content browser. And then when we were making levels, I had like a level template and I can like put the name, put what path it's going to be. Ideally, the idea was to have multiple templates, like a daytime, nighttime, blah, blah, blah. Didn't really expand much. And then these sections are empty. General, blockout, level browser. If I ever want to do any custom stuff, though, I'll probably just add more stuff in here. And the idea was I would try to use this tool across all of my projects, all of my one projects. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to look at this level anymore. I'm going to puke. What is that? What is that? What is that shadow? What is that big shadow? Yeah, I also have completion kind of stuff in here. So earlier on, there was a bunch of red and stuff when it's not completed, or yellow. And I can easily just adjust all of that through the data table. Not exactly the best thing in the world, but you know, it's just there. You know, it'd be a really smart idea. I should just take this and push it somewhere else. You know? Maybe that'd be a good idea. But, I'm really lazy. So I'm gonna go on ahead and not do that. You know what? I got a grand idea. What if we just not? Think about it. Let me see. Actually, let's see if it actually casts shadows on here. Let's see. So I turn off the atrium. Nope, the lobby. And, wait, I know what the problem is. I'm building lighting on the entire persistent level rather than in the sub-levels themselves. Actually, wait, no, I don't think that's the problem. Whatever, fuck it. Next level. Next. What's next? You did put your sublevels in the worst places possible. Leave my sublevels alone, okay? Wait, what? You're not done with that level? Yeah, I am. Yeah, watch me. See? Watch this. Next. Oh, this level needs a lot of third-person work. Oh, no. I think, Alright, let's try that again. Okay, there we go. So this is what the art exhibit looks like in third person. How you doing, by the way, Dragus? Did I make God Mode Assistant with blueprints? Yeah, it's just an editor utility widget. So this is what the level looks like in third person. Do you think this would be pass? Do you think this would pass? Today, a friend asked me how to export WebGL build from Unreal. Don't think it has HTML5 export. Not sure though. I'm pretty sure UE5. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I'm pretty sure they completely phased out like web export in UE5. I think in UE 4.26 there's web. Actually, I think they phased out web in like one of the UE4 versions. Or was it UE5? I think UE5 was the nail in the coffin, if I remember correctly. Yeah, UE 4.24. Yeah. This is what... What do these pillars hold? Well, ideally there'd be like a thing sticking out, but you know, I didn't plan that ahead. So, and there's no surrounding environment, of course. Everything else looks good, I think. They didn't even drag web export all the way to the end of UE4. Yeah, I don't think it's possible. At that point, you want a different engine, I think, honestly. Well... Did I look into how I could change this level so backstabs were actually possible? My favorite part of this entire game, the class destruction. What was that flying through the air? Is that his helmet? Okay, the level looks fine. It's just the, you know, it's just the walls and stuff. We could do some, you know, it could get a little bit more love, I think. You know, the interior and stuff, we could definitely, you know, give it a bit more, give it a little bit more love, you know. Now you're probably wondering, what are these pillars holding up? Well, nothing. They're there for looks. What are these pillars? They're for looks too. They're also there for looks. Now, it could be cool to get some arches in here. That could look kind of sick. I'm not gonna... Ow! That could look pretty cool. Like arches across here. Not that it would fit under this stupid fucking thing. Now, are we gonna fill all of these walls with art? No. See, look, we got a toilet on exhibition here. Do you actually think I'm gonna fill all of these walls with art? Hell no. They're solid colors. That is the art. Just remove third person, act like it never happened. Just gaslight literally every single player. that have seen like all of the Twitter clips and be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Third person? This game has always been top down. It's always been top down. Literally never been third person. That's what art has become in the Suit for Hire universe due to minimalism. Minimalism has infected every sector of the world to the point where art is literally just a solid color. That's real. That's real, if you ask me. If you're wondering if I modeled this lion, I did not. I purchased it from an asset on... I actually forgot which fucking marketplace it was. I want to say ArtStation, probably. It came with all the other lions as well. Hold on. I'll be right there. Hold on. Watch this. Hold on. Also came with the... which I think is the exact same lion, now that I think about it. Wait, no, it's not. It's not the same one. So everything looks great in the entrance, except for the building, which is just one big gray blob. For the wall destruction system, do you have too many modeling requirements for the final asset, meaning texture map specs? No, but it does have to use a render target for every single wall. And like a couple textures, but nothing too crazy. In retrospect. So is Fab the Unreal Marketplace now? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, yes. Okay, the art exhibit needs major works. Need to work on the exterior a lot. What else do we need to work on? Need some more street at the intro. Okay, I can't show it, but whatever. It felt a little too, like, too gamey, which is fine. It's a video game, and if anybody's like, the environment isn't very believable in third person because, like, you can see the end of the street and, like, the end of the world. Hey, listen, fucker. What do you think this is? GTA 6? No. It's fucking stupid, silly game made by me. Although I would love to extend the street, like, really, you know, nicely, you know, but, like, not in the budget. You know what's also not in the budget? Continuing the live stream. So thank you for watching. I gotta eat. I'm hungry. Yo, what up, Cat Pie? Also, goodbye, Cat Pie. I will see you guys. What day is it today? Monday? I'll see you guys tomorrow. I just came in. What the hell-y? Well, maybe. What the hell? Why'd you came in so late, brother? I'm gonna go eat some rice and some chicken. That, like, is supposed to be like tandoori. WTF, your game isn't as good as GTA 6, question mark, unwishlisted? That's the exact same vibe I got from that guy that said that the game is abandoned. And did a negative review. And then I don't know what else happened. Since this new viewer came in, you need to stream for another hour. I'm going to be here for a long time if that's the case. Now, that being said, there's not a lot of new viewers that do come in. However, when it happens, that's plus 1 hour. That's a lot of hours. And I'm really hungry. So maybe you should have come in here earlier. And honestly, I'm offended that you didn't. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. It's 7 p.m. I'm fucking hungry. Okay. See you tomorrow. Have a great day. Goodbye. Game almost close to done. For real. For real. Goodbye.